Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love y'all.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. I hope you are having a good night. We're going to get started here in just a little bit. 7:40 first pitch. I know it's weird getting used to all these different times, but unfortunately, I don't know why Major League Baseball has never figured it out, but it would make a hell of a lot of sense for everybody to play at the same time locally, meaning 7:10 first pitch during the week, something to that effect. And then everybody would know, all right, well, they're in Chicago, so we know you can add an hour, but instead the Cubs have they've always played the 7:40 night games and the 2:20 day games, which makes zero sense. Braves always do the weird thing with the 7:20 and the 12:20. But it depends. And then I was talking about this the other day. The Giants make no damn sense to me because there are times where you see that their game started. I'm talking about their local games. They'll be starting anywhere between 9:40 Eastern time, 9:45, and then sometimes you'll see 10:10, and they're all being played in San Francisco. Because I always go to look. I go, wait a minute, where are they at tonight? And it makes no sense whatsoever. But anyways, you see the lineup right there once again. No Austin Riley, and it does look like that we're getting good weather tonight. So I did check that. I wanted to make sure that we're getting good weather off the jump. And this thing about Austin Riley, it would have made a hell of a lot of sense to just put him on the IL from the very, very beginning. I don't really understand why in the world we're now going into the ninth night since his injury. So he's missed 8 days, but he'll be missing a 9th day tonight. And so it makes no sense why you wouldn't bring up an extra person just in case. Even back when Travis d'Arnaud was kind of dinged up, I thought maybe they would bring up an extra catcher. But they never did that. So anyways, Austin Riley, we await on that. Still no definitive word on Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy, I'll go ahead and put my screen on now. Sean Murphy is getting work in. I mean, they have put him at this point. I feel like he's going to have to go on an IL stint. I don't see how in the world you can drop him into the middle of nowhere. He played very sparingly the very beginning of the year. He got hurt, and he's been out for, what is it? It's been about 6 weeks. I think you got to send him on. I don't think if Riley comes back fairly soon, I don't think he has to go on an IL stint. But I would think that Sean Murphy's going to have to go on an IL stint just to work the dust off, get the cobwebs out. Now, Murphy is going to catch 4 to 5 innings tonight in Gwinnett. I'm just seeing this now, so I do apologize. I'm just rushing home from work. I just saw this. So it looks like we're going to get Murphy maybe by this weekend, or worst case scenario, it's looking like he could be getting activated Monday against the Nationals on Memorial Day. So somewhere in that neighborhood, I've read 3 different writers just a second ago, and they're all guessing. But here's the game plan for him. Tonight, 4 to 5 innings in Gwinnett. Take tomorrow off. He'll catch 5 to 6 innings on Thursday, and then DH on Friday. And then they don't have a specific plan for Saturday and Sunday. That's why I'm saying he could show up this weekend, but it may not be until possibly Monday, because remember, we've got this 6-day road trip, and then we're back in Atlanta on Monday. It's a 4:05 first pitch, and assuming weather, we are planning on bringing you that game. Even though it is Memorial Day, we are planning on doing the game. I've set some time aside for that. So the Monday game, all systems go, assuming weather, assuming we don't get some long delay or something. So Monday is a 4:10 first pitch. Speaking of weird ass times, Monday is a 4:10 first pitch. And let me double check this, because now that I got that in my head, is it 4:10 or did they put it to 4:20? Which would be kind of funny if they put 4:20. Let me see. The Braves, on my calendar, I have it written on as 4:10, but I don't know if I miswrote that. So give me 1 second. All right. We go to Pittsburgh, and we come back to Washington. Okay, so yeah, the Washington game is at home, and it is 4:10 on Monday. And then we turn around, we have the 7:20 on Tuesday, 7:20 on Wednesday, and 7:20 on Thursday. Now that's very odd to me that we don't have a day game in that stretch, but that's the lineup. Monday is an early game, 4:10, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This is next week. This is Memorial Day week. It's all 7:20, and then Friday. So Tuesday through Friday next week, they're all 7:20. So that'll be easy to remember. And then the Saturday game is 4:10 next week, but that's a long ways away. Let's focus on tonight. Tonight we've got Braves and Cubs. We've got Assad. We've got Morton. These two squared off Wednesday in Atlanta, and that was the one game that Atlanta lost in the series. If you remember, the Cubs beat us 7-1. And if you go back to that game, and of course you can't expect the same thing to happen in two games. I get that. But if you go back to that game, it really fell apart at the very beginning for Charlie. He gave up 3 runs in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth. He only went 3, so he technically just got the 3 earned in the first inning, though there was a run scored in the third, but he did not give that up. That night, Morton was on the mound. Kerr came in. He gave up a run. Jesse came in. Uncharacteristically, he gave up 2 runs, and away we go. So it was a bad night. It was the worst game of the series for the Braves. We hope to have better success. Assad, by the way, on that night, 6 innings, no earned runs, 7 strikeouts. Now the wind is blowing out. The wind is blowing out. So keep that in mind. The wind is blowing out in Wrigley. It's going out to left field the last I checked, and at a pretty good rate. The last thing I saw was 20 miles an hour. Sometimes when the sun drops in Chicago, the wind will calm down a bit. But as of right now, I'll say I checked at 6:30 Eastern. The wind was blowing out 20 miles an hour towards the left field foul pole. So we'll keep an eye on that. For you bettors out there, one of the picks that we made tonight was the under. They had it as high as 13.5 was the under in this game. And I just feel like Assad and Morton are going to pitch better than that. I think Charlie will come out and pitch a much better game. It's been a week since he's pitched. This is the last team he pitched against. You know he's been going over it. And what we will get tonight that we did not get in the entire series against the Cubs in Atlanta because he was on the IL, Dansby Swanson is in the lineup tonight. So excited to see that. Still love Dansby. Look, the kid won us a championship. He went and made his money. I get it. I know some Braves fans don't let those kinds of things go, but I understood his reasonings for it. We'll talk about it that more during the game, but Dansby Swanson is in the lineup tonight, and no Riley, no Murphy. That's another reason why I say take the under in this game, but you do you. You do you. I'm going to do me. The Braves come in tonight 27-17, second in the NL East. Until we start making it close, I'm not going to continue to tell you how far we're back because we're 5 games out, 3 in the loss column, 7 in the win column. We're going to have to make it a little closer and go on a little bit more of a winning streak, and the Phillies are going to have to start losing some games for us to start worrying about that. What I'm focused about tonight is playing a good baseball game, getting after it, and making sure that the Braves take care of their games. Can't worry about what the Phillies are doing. They are trailing 1-0 early on in that one. That game just got underway. It's in the bottom of the third, but they are playing the Rangers this beginning of this week. So we'll talk more about that. But if you're wanting a 30,000-foot view of the standings going into this week, we'll go ahead and do it real quick. The Braves, 5 out. The Nationals, 12 out. The Mets, 12.5 out, and they were getting dusted. I don't know what the score is right now, but they were getting beat pretty bad early on against Cleveland. In Miami, they are 3 weeks behind everyone, 18.5 out of first place. They had a walk-off victory the other night, and I heard an interview with Josh Bell, one of their players, and he was talking about, now this is Marlins baseball. We're getting back to normal. You're 18.5 games out of first place, and you're not even at Memorial Day. Let's not talk about getting back to Marlins baseball. By the way, has there ever been a good reason to be bragging about we're getting back to Marlins baseball? All right, let's step aside. We'll be right back. The Braves, Cubs, time for lineups and all that jazz. Roll call is on the way. Wherever you're listening from, put it in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. Let's get it.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
This there's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-1 lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Forrest. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is friendly confines of Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 3 home runs, 12 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .253. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 3 home runs, 21 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .275. Batting third, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 14 home runs, 43 RBI, a .327 average. Batting cleanup and playing first, it's Matt Olson. Olson has 6 home runs, 25 RBI, batting .230. Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate with 5 home runs, 17 RBI, and batting .274. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 4 home runs, 16 RBI.
Game 1
bases,
of a 3-game set.
Uncle Charlie and your Atlanta Braves look 4 strikeouts versus 17 walks and 5 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Javier Assad, who is 4-0 with a shiny 1.49 ERA and a 1.03 whip. 48 in the third innings pitched, 35 hits allowed, 42 strikeouts, 15 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Backing up Assad in the bottom of the first inning here in Wrigley Field, it's Michael Tauchman, the designated hitter. 4 homers, 13 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .257. In right field, it's Seiya Suzuki. He has 4 homers, 16 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .267. Batting third and playing center field, it's Cody Bellinger with 7 home runs, 22 RBI, and a .263 clip. Christopher Morel is batting cleanup and playing third, a .216 average on the year with 4 stolen base. He has 9 home runs and 33 RBI. Ian Happ batting fifth and playing left, 2 homers, 14 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .208. Nico Horner is at second with 2 home runs, 12 RBI, a .269 average with 5 stolen bases. Michael Busch is batting seventh and playing first. He has 7 dingers, 20 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .245. And Dansby Swanson is batting eighth and playing short. He has 4 home runs, 12 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .209. Miguel Amaya is behind home plate and batting ninth with 2 homers, 12 RBI, and a .181 average. Your Atlanta Braves come in 27-17 on the year, 11-9 on the road. The Cubs are 26-22 and 14-9 at home. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 135 on the money line. The over-under is 10.5. Temperatures tonight are expected at 83 degrees with the wind blowing out to left, 21 miles an hour. This is game 1 of a 3-game set. 7:40 tonight, 7:40 Tuesday, and 2:20 on Thursday afternoon. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Cubs, game 1 of a 3-game set. Uncle Charlie and your Atlanta Braves look to steal game 1 as they head out on a 6-game road trip, 3 in Chicago and 3 in Pittsburgh this weekend. Your Atlanta Braves are in the middle of a treacherous part of the schedule where we do not have another scheduled day off until Monday, June 3rd. Country Club members, get those tomahawks warmed up. We've got Uncle Charlie emoji kicking for you tonight as well. Braves Country, get your game face on.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Normal call! Yeah, normal call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Country Club. Let's get the Country Club out of the way. Good evening to Charlie. We've got Willis. We've got Envy. We've got Edward Spry. We've got Red Rum. Good evening to everybody. And good evening, Braves Country. Who do we have here in Braves Country tonight? We got Underwater, Gary. Thought I saw, yeah, there's Travis, Russell, Justin from Thornton, Georgia, excuse me. Thornton, Georgia. Billy. I thought I saw. Says you can't hear me well. All right, let me see what that's about. Good evening, Braves Country. Well, that is an odd one. Give me a second. Hopefully that's a little better. We'll see what's going on here. Good evening, David. Good evening. What else could have changed? Can you all hear me well now? I do apologize. We've got some issues going on here. We are just about set. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in Braves Country. The first pitch on the way from Assad to Ronald Acuna Jr. is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty. Off the pitch wide and away, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way to Acuna is sawed off, foul and out of play. We'll do it again, 1-2. We'll see if we can fix it during the break. I'm hearing it come through on the app, so I'm not sure what the issue is. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The wind is whipping out, by the way, into left field like we talked about. The 2-2 pitch. Down and away, ball 3-2. So Ronald Acuna Jr. That wind is just absolutely, I mean, you're talking about a stiff wind going out to left. The 3-2 pitch, outside wide, ball 4. And Ronald Acuna Jr. works himself aboard. Braves are in their gray first pitch comes to Ozzie Albies. That pitch is sawed off, foul, and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty. Assad comes set, kicks and fires, swing, and fouls it back out of play. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Y'all let me know if this gets too high because I'm cranking it through their app. I'm thinking there's an issue with their app. The 0-2, high and inside, it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty, lefty, open stance, the pitch. Swung on, just got a piece of it. Knocks it foul towards third base. Not very far. I mean, that thing just dribbled out in front. Yeah, I don't even know if you could fly a kite out there. The wind is whipping so hard, I think it would rip it out of your hand. I mean, it is absolutely tearing through. It'll be interesting to see if it calms down once the sun goes down. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's a curveball, 12-6er that fell off the table, went away. Philly leads Texas 2-1. Righty, here comes Marcell Ozuna, the first pitch to the Big Zoo, high and out of the zone, 90-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 1-0. The 1-0, swung on, swatted foul and out of play, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runner on first, one down. Acuna, they're going to chase him right back to the bag. He was back in plenty of time. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing, just getting going here. The 1-1, kicks and fires, down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1. Assad comes set, lets her go. Outside, wide, ball 3, 3-1. Now the wind is blowing directly out to center field. They just showed it on the Chicago cam. One thing that gets some of these batters may get that in their head is the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And Ronald Acuna Jr., he takes off, and he gone, baby. He got a good jump, and it was a good pitch to run on. The throw was wide of the bag to the left. The payoff pitch to Ozuna, swung on. That ball's lifted into center field. It's going to be caught. They're going to flip it back into the infield. F8 in your play card. 2 down. So 2 down, and Matt Olson comes to the plate. Righty, lefty, the pitch. Inside for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Assad, by the way, at 18 pitches in this inning. Kicks and fires. Grabs the inner cut. He got the inside call, 1-1. Chris Guccione is the home plate umpire tonight. Gabe Morales is your first base ump. Ryan Additon is manning second, and down the third base line, it's Brian Knight. The 1-1. Assad turns around, throws it back to second to keep Acuna close by. Swanson making the catch. That wind, not only can you see it whipping in the outfield with the flags. But there's the 1-1 pitch, swing, and that's broken bat. It's going to float into the glove of Swanson. F6 will end the inning. So Braves put one on but can't get him out. We'll be back in a flash. Braves go to the field, 0-0.
My daughter just asked me if she could turn the heat up in the house. I told her, hell no, you better go grab one of them hoodies you had on when it was 100 degrees outside.
I'm going to show you guys how to cook like a true Kentucky boy. All you need to start is some lithium batteries and some Sudafed.
Update! My house is gone!
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process, and the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Braves Country Radio, pull up a chair. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves, 0. Chicago Cubs, 0. Charlie Morton will go to work. Charlie comes in 3-1 with a 3.52 ERA, a 1.15 whip. He's got 5 different pitches that he'll go to. First pitch on the way from Charlie is swung on and popped back foul and out of play. It's on 1. Michael Talkman, the batter. Charlie throws a sinker, a cut, a 4-seamer, a slider, a curve, and he'll even sprinkle in a change. The 0-1 foul back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 from Charlie. Righty, lefty, kicks and fires. Did he go around? Looked like he might have. He did. Strike 3. Charlie Morton starting off with the bang. Strikeout. 1 away. Good pitch by Morton. They're going to call that a sinker, but it really has more of a 2-seam action as it fades away. I've noticed this last couple of years, they've gotten out of the habit of, is the first pitch on the way to Morton, swung on and grounded foul down the third base side. It's 0-1. They've gotten out of the habit of calling pitches 2-seamers. You never see it referenced anymore. But a true sinker is kind of what Elder tries to throw underneath the hands and down and in. The 0-1, curveball right there on the black, outer edge on the righty-righty matchup. It's 0-2. The 2-seamer is more like what Charlie throws, where it's fading away from the lefty and running in on the right. So an 0-2 count. Suzuki, 792 OPS, 4 dingers. Fastball, 95 miles an hour, misses high, 1-2. The 1-2 lets her go. Down and away, 2-2. Tried to get him to chase that curveball off the edge. The 2-2. Standing on deck is Bellinger. Pitch on the way. Curveball. Did he go around? Got him. Strike 3. First base umpire Gabe Morales, after home plate umpire Chris Guccione asked for some help down the line, and he said he went. Looking at the side view, yeah, it really depends on what ball cap you got on tonight, but we'll take it. So 2 down. Bellinger comes to the plate with the wind bellowing out of the outfield. 24 miles an hour right now. The first pitch. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Zach Short playing third base once again. Riley did take some practice, some batting practice swings today. The 1-0. Right there for a strike on the outer edge, 1-1. And everything that Riley is saying, it makes it sound like that he would be good to go, but they're being cautious. So once again, why not put him on the IL? So a 1-1 pitch. Cutter misses high. 2-1. Nowadays, a everyday player who is not a pitcher can go to a 10-day IL. The pitchers have reverted back to 15-day IL as the 2-1 runs in, Cutter in on his hands, 2-2. And they did that to kind of stop the manipulation of rosters. An honest engine. The Braves are doing it quite a bit. But that's why they're doing it. The 2-2. Curveball outside, wide ball, 3-3-2. So a full count. Sean Murphy, if you missed the pregame show, is in Gwinnett on a rehab assignment. They hope to have him back. Latest would be Monday. Earliest would be Saturday or Sunday. In all likelihood, he's going to come back on Monday because we return back to Atlanta on Monday. That's assuming we don't have an injury that would force him up. The 3-2 swung on, chopped foul down towards the first base dugout. So another full count to Bellinger. Morton at 14 pitches. Braves are at home Memorial Day against Washington, and it would be ideal to bring him back then. The 3-2, high and out of the zone, ball 4. So Charlie Morton walks Bellinger here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. So in a perfect scenario, we would have Riley and Murphy, the entire starting 9, back together for the first time since opening day on Monday. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Morel, 0-1. So an 0-1 count. Righty, the pitch on the way. Change up down and in, 1-1. Murphy will catch 4 to 5 innings tonight and have tomorrow off, 5 to 6 on Thursday, and then be the designated hitter on Friday and see how he feels on Saturday. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Curveball off the edge, it's 1-2. A 1-2. Charlie Morton struck out the first 2, walked Bellinger, the 1-2. Curveball just misses. He's got that curveball working. It's snapping, and he's going to need it with that wind howling out of the stadium. Like I said earlier, usually the wind tends to die down a little bit when the sun goes down over at Wrigley Field, but that's not always the case, so we'll keep an eye on it. The 2-2 to Morel. Pitch on the way, in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. Changeup misses, ball 3-2. So he's in danger of walking another batter standing on deck is Ian Happ. In the hole is Horner. Horner and Dansby Swanson were missing in the original series last week. The 3-2, curveball nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So after back-to-back strikeouts to start the game, he's got back-to-back walks, and at 21 pitches, not what you want from Uncle Charlie. Two on, two out. First pitch on the way to Ian Happ, batting 208, is chopped off the plate foul. Kind of banged around on him and hit him in the back. It's 0-1. Happ, 2 home runs, 624 OPS, 14 RBI, righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Charlie lifts his glove, looks back the runner at second. The pitch in the dirt, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Cleveland leads New York, the Mets, 7-4. Philly leads Texas 2-1. That game's in the 5th. Righty-lefty. Morton looks back, the pitch. Swing, and fouls it out of play. 95 on the black. Just got a piece of it, 1-2. So once again, he's a strike away from striking out the side, but he's also walked 2, so spotting onions and eating apples today. The 1-2, that wind is still howling towards left field. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Charlie Morton strikes out the side, and he walked a couple. We'll be back in a flash.
Y'all, back when I was a kid, I could fall out of a tree and walk it off like it was nothing. Now, if I sleep wrong, I can't turn my head to the left for a whole week.
This is weak, man. Frank's trying to not pay me my winnings for the Skins beatdown I just issued him because his 401k's tanking. It's like, dude, you got to grab the reins, man. Do some analytics, do some research, and take charge so I don't have to subsidize your lack of golfing skills.
Then the night total, you moved your ball.
Frank, it was on the cart path. Why don't you try reading the rules, Shankopotamus?
If you don't like me, just say that. Okay, I don't like you. Why would you say that? It's so mean.
Never kiss mom on dad's birthday.
Armchair.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio. Hopefully the audio issues got fixed. I think I figured it out. Just see how it goes from here. Y'all just let me know if it gets too loud. So we head to the top of the second inning, and Travis d'Arnaud, batting .274 on the season, steps in. Home plate umpire Chris Guccione's holding up play for a second. Sun is starting to set. There's still a little bit of sun coming in towards home plate. The first pitch on the way. Sinker in off the hands. It's 1-0. Typically this time of year, by the time you get to about the third inning, sometimes the fourth, the sun is back behind the walls. The 1-0 inside, ball 2-0. So a 2-0 to Travis. Travis hit 5 home runs on the year, but they all came in that wraparound weekend series back in Atlanta way back when. The 2-0 pitch swung on, fisted over towards first, in a bad throw, or was it a bad catch? It's going to be an error on the play. See what happened there. I think it was Assad, because by Assad's reaction, oh yeah, it just hit him in a bad place, right in the hands. He was covering the bag and kind of just handcuffed him. Didn't look like it was a bad throw by Bush. Re-looking at it, he might have had a little mustard on it. Probably could have taken his time on that one, with Travis being the runner. So 1 on, nobody out. Unconventional way, we'll take it, and here come your Atlanta Braves. Michael Harris II digs in, righty, lefty. Once again, the wind, if you're just joining us, is whipping out towards left. First pitch on the way, and it's right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. That really means if you're facing a left-handed batter, you can pitch him inside because the wind is probably going to knock it down. You want to stay away from the outside part of the plate against the lefty and the inside on a righty. The 0-1 misses off the plate wide, 1-1. Saw a question earlier about explaining the over-unders and whatnot, so we're going to go ahead and do that tonight. I know we get this question from time to time. As the 1-1 pitch, swing, and slices it fouling out of play. It's 1-2. So the over-under tonight coming in, your typical number on the betting line, we're talking about not the what they call adjusted line. Adjusted line means you're not getting as good of odds, or you're getting better odds depending if you're going up or down, as the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, curveball at the top, 1 away. High hanging curveball, but not a lot. Once again, that sun peered in just as Harris was taking his swing. I don't know if that had an effect or not. But what it means, so tonight the over-under on the standard line was 11.5. It just means the two teams combined. Do you think are they going to go over 11.5 or under 11.5? First pitch on the way to Arcia, swung on and popped up high in the sky, and the wind is going to carry that out of the building. It is gone. A 2-run shot, 5th home run of the year. And Orlando Arcia later, 420 into left center field. 2-0 your score. A hanger, a banger, she's gone. I think Arcia knew if he just gets the ball up into the air, the wind's going to do the rest. That's exactly what he did. First pitch on the way to Zach Short. It's chopped foul. Back behind home plate, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty, the pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitchers are going to be trying to keep that ball on the ground tonight because of that wind. You saw the effects just there. The 1-1 is inside, ball 2-1. It's one of the reasons why the line is so high. So the over-under tonight was 11.5, and typically your typical Major League Baseball game, the over-under is 8.5. So a 3-run difference. The 2-1, swing and a miss, over the top, sinker in, 2-2. So I think I was in the middle of explaining that when that ball went out. Essentially, it just means the combined run total of the Braves and the Cubs tonight. The 2-2, high and out of the zone, ball 3-2. So, for instance, if Atlanta wins 7-5 and you took the over 11.5, you would win your bet because it's a total of 12 runs. The 3-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 4. Too short, heads on down to first. One on, one out. Assad at 34 pitches. And here comes Jared Kelnick. Now, once again, because of the wind, the left-handers are going to have a little harder time getting out unless they can send it the other way. First pitch on the way to JK is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, lefty, sun peering out again. The pitch. Top of the zone. Misses high. No. Did he call that a strike? So they put a strike on the screen if you're watching on the Braves cast, but that was called a ball. I'm not sure why. Well, we talk about this quite a bit. When the Braves are on the road, you can almost have to ignore the screen that's on Bally's because they put the interns involved. Assad steps off the mound for a second, and it looks like we're going to get a visit. So I believe this is just, this is just the Cubs pitching coach come out and talk to Assad. I don't think this, at first I thought it was the training staff, but it's not. They're going out to talk to Assad real quick. So the pitching coach, Tommy Hotovy, must have seen something there that he didn't like, and he went out there to stop Assad in his tracks. It may just be something as easy as he's reminding him about that wind. The 2-0 swung on and fouled straight back. It's 2-1. Jared Kelnick is the number 9 hitter. They could have been going over strategy as well, not wanting to let this inning get away from with Acuna on deck and the top of the order due up. The 2-1, down and in, ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Runner on first. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left center field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Kelnick. He is going for a head-first slide and a nifty slide, avoiding the tag. And we've got runners on second and third, a double for Kelnick. Short was held up at third. I think he could have scored. We've started to see that Tuiasa Sopo, the Braves' new third base coach, he is a lot more conservative over there at the third base bag. And you don't know if he's being told to be that way or if that's just his instinct, but he's definitely not as aggressive as Washington was. First pitch on the way to Acuna is high and inside, 92 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Cubbies nothing. Just getting going here in the top of the second inning. Please hit that like and subscribe button. The 1-0. Curveball down below for a strike. If you say so, Guccione. 1-1. Looked low. Of course, Guccione might figure if he gives too small of a strike, then we're going to be out here all night. The 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. Sometimes those umpires get the sense of, man, the ball's flying out of here because of the wind. I'm going to have to call a wide strike zone and give the pitchers a puncher's chance. The 2-1 pitch, right there for a strike at the top, 2-2. Runners on second and third, 1 out. You'd like Acuna, all he needs to do is get the ball lifted. Short would score with ease with his speed. The 2-2, high and inside, little chin music, close shave, ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and fisted foul towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. Runners on second and third, one out. See the question about Zach Short being a new guy. He's fairly new to 3-2. Caught looking, strike three. They rang up Acuna. That was borderline. But Acuna's got to realize Guccione's been calling a wide zone this entire game. You're going to have to swing with two strikes. It may have touched the outer edge. But regardless, with two strikes, you got to get the bat off your shoulder. So Ozzie Albies comes in. We're going to need a base hit to keep this going. The first pitch on the way is chopped off foul. Strike gets on one. So the 0-1. Zach Short came over in a deal from the Red Sox, who had picked him up through the Tigers. As the 0-1 pitch in the dirt, gets away. Not far enough for anyone to advance. In that same day, the Braves sent Guillorme, the Braves bench piece that could play all over the infield, sent him to the Angels to make room for Short. And the main thing about Short was they liked his base running, his speed, and he can play all over. He's got a little better glove than Guillorme. The 1-1. Misses high, called for a strike. Ozzie doesn't like it. That one I can see a bit of a gripe there. I don't blame him on that one. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. They're going to have to swing the bats because Guccione is given a very wide strike zone tonight. The 1-2 pitch, way high, 2-2. And that really comes down to you're going to have to, the coaching staff, the Sites or the hitting coach, he's going to have to go to all these guys individually and say, hey, it's a wide zone. You got to swing. The 2-2 swung on, hit hard on the ground, but right at Bush, he flips it over to Assad. And this time, Assad makes the play. That'll end the inning, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Put two on the board. One earned, one not. We'll be back in a flash.
Last night I dreamed I was a bottle of ketchup and you were mustard, which is weird because usually you're mayonnaise in my dreams. Why do you suppose that is?
Those who own dogs, you know that every time you come back from wherever you went, the dog is happy and it's jumpy and it wants to lick you in the face. Even if you just went to get mail from the mailbox, they delight in your return. If you want to take them out for a car ride, they're the first in the car. They jump in. They don't care where it's going, but they're going somewhere. They're some of the most joyous creatures that live among us. Dogs don't live as long as we do. Every single day a dog lives is equivalent to a week of your life. If they only get 1 day for every week you're alive, they make every day count. I'm just suggesting that their lives have already factored in their mortality. When I look at a dog, I use that as a reminder of how I should live every day of my life.
While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark.
Who is he, anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta 2, Chicago nothing, bottom of the second inning. That ball's going to fly out on us just like it is on Chicago, so Mr. Morton's going to have to keep that ball down. The first pitch is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. The pitch. Right there for a strike. Cutter. About knee high over the dish. So a 1-1 count. Curveball down and in. Right there for a strike. 1-2. Braves 2, Cubs nothing. We got a new Braves Country Radio membership. The 1-2. That ball's going to get dribbled in between home and third. Well foul long before it could hit the bag. So a 1-2 count. The wind is still whipping pretty hard out there. We'll keep an eye on it all game long. The left field foul pole is almost straight as an arrow. The 1-2 from Charlie. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Uncle Charlie, 4 strikeouts in 4 outs. And he sprinkled in a couple of walks. So we don't know what the hell he's doing out there. Well, that's one way to keep the ball from leaving the building. Don't let him hit it. First pitch on the way from Morton to Bush is inside. It hits him. Cutter got him right in the leg. Believe he's okay. I think Bush was fortunate and it hit his shin pad. That's exactly where it got it. That is not a very big shin guard, and he got him right in the flush of the shin guard. I mean, that thing is maybe 5-6 inches above the shoe tops, and he got him right there. I bet Olson's over there talking to him right now saying, you might want to get a bigger shin pad, man. Charlie Morton could not hit him there again if he gave him 100 tries. So 1 on, 1 out. Cubs gifted a runner just like the Braves were, and here comes Dansby Swanson. The first pitch on the way to Dansby is a curveball down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Charlie comes set, kicks and fires. Curveball kisses the black on the inner cut. 1-1. Dansby Swanson, 626 OPS. He's off to a very slow start here in 2024. That's why they've knocked him down to the 8th spot. The 1-1 is fouled off, back out of play. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is the hind catcher, Amaya. In the first inning, if you're just joining us, Charlie Morton struck out Talkman and Suzuki to start the inning and then walked Bellinger and Morrell, and then struck out Happ. Charlie turns around and flips it over to first to keep Michael Bush close by. He led off this inning with a strikeout to Horner and then hit Bush on the leg. And that's where we sit. One-two count. The pitch. Swung on. Ball is rifled right at short. He bobbles it. Arcia fires it across the infield. Swanson's going to be safe. The only play that Arcia had when he played the carom was to barehand it and fire it over to Olsen, but Dansby was hustling down the line. That was almost a heck of a play by Arcia, but no real chance to get him there. So runner on first and second, one out. The first pitch on the way to Amaya is down and away, sinker misses, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Morton comes set, lets her go. Curveball just below the knees, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to start the at bat. Runners on first and second, one down. Charlie Morton already at 37 pitches here in the second inning with one out. The 2-0, nowhere near the zone, ball 3-0. He's in danger of losing the number 9 hitter who's hitting a weak 181 to load the bases for the top of the order. Charlie Morton comes set, the 3-0 pitch. Misses outside wide, ball 4. Now that's the same exact area where Guccione called a strike to ring up Ronald Acuna Jr. And you can make the guesstimation that that took place because Assad wasn't all over the place like Charlie wasn't that bad, but still a strike is a strike or a ball is a ball. First pitch on the way to Talkman is a curveball nowhere near the zone. Ball 5. A 1-0 count now. Krantz is finally going to get up and go talk to him. I think when Charlie Morton walks a guy in 4 pitches, you need to go out there and talk to him right then, right away. Give him a chance to just kind of calm down and refocus. Bases loaded, one out. A 1-0 count to Talkman. Batting .255 with the .784 OPS. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and foul back out of play. It's 1-1. That left-handed bat, the last thing you want to do is put one out there over the edge. That wind is swirling, but it's basically heading towards left center. The 1-1. Kicks and fires inside, 93 miles an hour. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty lefty pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered into right field. That's down for a base hit. Ronald Acuna Jr. will get the ball back into the infield. The Cubs come home to score. It's 2-1. Bases are still loaded. And Charlie Morton got to find a quick way to get out of this jam. 2-1 your score. Bases loaded. And that'll stand in Seiya Suzuki. Suzuki, righty, first pitch, swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. The pitch. Swung on in kind of a half-hearted swing. Curveball off the edge. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The pitch from Charlie's a curveball in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. Travis d'Arnaud has to backhand to keep it from going to the backstop. It's 1-2. Braves 2, Cubs 1. Wind swirling out towards left center field. Bases loaded. The 1-2 from Charlie Morton. Curveball misses again. Just don't think you can keep showing a major league batter the same pitch over and over and over again and expect him to go after it. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup inside. Kind of handcuffed him right under the wrists, 2 away. Big strikeout there for Charlie. Now the infield's got to just get that one out. Bellinger comes to the plate. Dangerous bat. First pitch on the way. 94. Just misses outside and high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Bellinger calls time. So you got bases loaded, 2 outs, a 1-0 count. The pitch. Right there for a strike. Curveball just kisses the black on the outer edge. Evens up the count 1-1. The 1-1. High and out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-1. Nowhere to put Bellinger. A 2-1 count, 2 outs. Charlie Morton's at 51 pitches here in the second. The 2-1 from Morton. Inside ball 3-1. The ball gets away. Travis d'Arnaud looks lost as the ball goes off his glove, and that'll tie the game. d'Arnaud. I mean, the pitch was off, but Travis has to make that catch. That was just a bad... That should be a pass ball. The 3-1 pitch. Right there at the knees. Full count. So runners on first and second. 2 outs. The game is now tied 2-2. What you do have is Bellinger didn't like the call, but there's been a lot of goofy calls so far by Guccione. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and lifted high down the left field line, out of play. Just got enough of that to stay alive. We'll do it again. Though the Cubs have tied the game, what you do have is the ability, if you don't want to give one to Bellinger, the right-handed batter Morel stands on deck, though he does lead the team with 9 home runs. Morton comes set. The payoff pitch. Swung on and sliced foul back out of play. We'll do it again. The payoff pitch from Morton. Swung on, pops it up. Will that stay in play? Fighting the wind. Here comes Short. He'll make the catch, and the inning is mercifully over. So it could have been better, but it could have been worse. We're tied at 2 apiece heading to the top of the 3rd inning.
Y'all, I can't wait for my kids to move out and invite me over for dinner. I'm going to say I don't want that and throw some in the air fryer, eat 2 bags of chips, drink a whole bottle of water and leave it on the table, turn on all the lights and walk away leaving a complete mess behind me.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it. The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest-paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. "I thought you couldn't win without teamwork," Collins said later, "until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year." The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better-paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and a nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Javier Assad will go back to work. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna 0 for 1 with the line out in the first. Braves 2, Cubs 2, top of the third. The pitch, sinker, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. If nothing else in this inning, the Braves need to see some pitches. You got to give Charlie Morton a chance to catch his breath. The 1-1 down below the knees, ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count in the same breath with that. Javier Assad is sitting at 54 pitches. So he's got a high number as well. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over towards third. Is it fair? It is fair. And Ozuna's going to be out by a mile. 5-3 put out, one away. Ozuna got a late break coming out of the batter's box. He thought it was going foul. Once he realized it was going fair, never had a chance. I don't think he would have beat that out anyways. It would have been a little closer. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, he is 0 for 1. First pitch on the way to Olson is inside for a ball 1-0. Olson's best chance, he's either changing his bat or he's needing a new grip on his bats, one or the other. He showed it to home plate umpires, some kind of malfunction on his bat. So it's a 1-0 count. That shouldn't count against him as a timeout. He might have accidentally grabbed that cork bat that Albert Bell would have to climb through the air ducts to go get. The 1-0. Curveball misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Matt Olson batting .228 on the year. The pitch, right there for a strike, 2-1. They're going to try to jam him inside. The last thing they want is for Olson to be able to extend his arms and get that ball out to left field, as that wind is still hitting out there. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out, 2 away. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second here on Braves Country Baseball. Braves 2, Cubs 2, Cleveland and New York. They're in a shootout in their own right. It's 7-6 Guardians over the Mets in the 8th. The first pitch on the way to Darno, swung on, chopped inside. He got a piece of the hind catcher, Miguel Amaya. I think it got his throwing hand. He's shaking possibly his thumb. They're going to check on him real quick. The training staff out there to take a look at him. They're going to give him a second to kind of get a breather. While they do that, let's go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard. Twins 10-0 over the Nationals. That's in the 8th. Reds 2-0 over the Padres. That is in the 8th. Red Sox and Rays, they're knotted up at 2. That's in the 8th. Phillies lead the Rangers 3-1 in the 7th. I'm just assuming the Phillies will never lose again until we play them. San Francisco 5-2 over the Pirates, top of 7. Marlins 5-4 over the Brewers in the 7th. White Sox 3-0 over the Blue Jays in the 6th. Crochet's on the mound for the Pale Hose. First pitch on the way after that lengthy timeout is a ball, misses high. It's 1-1. Mariners, Yankees 2-0. They head to the 6th. The 1-1. Down below the knees, ball 2, 2-1. Cardinals lead the Baltimore Orioles 1-0. Bradish is on the mound for the Black Magic, as they were once called, the 2-1. Right down the pipe, sinker, evens up the count 2-2. Royals 8, Tigers 0. That game's in the 4th. I think Mize was on the mound today for Detroit. So a 2-2 count. Swung on, chopped over towards second, backhanded by the second baseman, Horner. He'll flip it over to first with plenty of time. With the catcher running, that'll end the inning. It was a lengthy 3 up, 3 down. Maybe that gave Charlie just enough breather that he needed.
Hey, quick question, and I feel stupid for asking, but when you're stirring up some do you go clockwise or counterclockwise?
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. You know, he was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 2, Cubs 2. We're headed to the bottom of the third. A windy day in Chicago. That wind is still whipping. Sun just is starting to set behind the home plate wall of Wrigley Field. The first pitch on the way from Charlie is swung on, chopped foul to Morrell off his leg. He's hopping around. I think he's okay. Looked like he got the top of his foot. Keep an eye on that. It's 0-1. Charlie Morton. "56 pitches in as we just begin the third inning. Morrell, Happ, and Horner all due up. The 0-1. Curveball misses inside, 1-1. Braves got 2 in the top of the second, Cubs 2 in the bottom of the second. We stand here in the third tied up. The 1-1. Changeup hits the outer edge, 2-1. It's about that time to turn back time. Sprinkle these in as we go throughout the night. The pitch on the way from Charlie Morton, 93, well off the plate. So a 2-2, swung on, curveball, comebacker to the mound, weakly hit, kind of corkscrewed it towards Charlie. He flips it over to Matt, and it's a 1-3 put out, 1 away. On this date in 1919, the New York Baseball Giants trade outfielder Jim Thorpe to the Boston Braves for hurler Pat Reagan, who will pitch at only 7 games for New York. The former Olympian, Jim Thorpe, who appeared in only 2 games for his former team, will play 60 games for the Boston Braves before retiring at the end of the year, compiling a career batting average of .252 with 6 seasons in the major leagues. First pitch on the way from Happ is a dribbler out there to third. 2 shorts got it, fires it over to the ice house, and there's quickly 2 down. So 2 down. You'd love a quick inning here by Charlie. Max Fried is set to toe the rubber tomorrow night, and they will not announce an official starter for Thursday's game until the game ends tomorrow night. Is the first pitch on the way to Charlie. Another comebacker, another dribbler, and how about that? 3 up, 3 down. Let's get it, Braves. 2-2. We'll grab the sticks in a windy night in the Windy City.
Hey, just a reminder, drugs don't ruin careers. Drug tests do.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
There is a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now, the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein. who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather because there was no way he could fix that.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II is going to lead us off here in the top of the fourth inning. Looks like we hit that century mark. Thanks for hitting that like button, Braves Country. Whoops, wrong button. First pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is belted deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong. A solo shot, and your Atlanta Braves lead this one 3-2. Michael Harris got it up there in that jet stream and just launched it. What we talked about earlier, the right-handers do not want to throw the hard stuff on that outer edge of the plate because all the left-handers have to do is just kind of guide it out there. Speaking of home runs, here comes Orlando Arcia, who's already planted one of the seats. Pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Right there for a strike, 1-1. So Money Mike comes through, gets off the snide. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high and deep into right field, over the head of the right fielder, Suzuki. Here comes Arcia. He's rounding first. He's heading to second. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the top of the fourth inning. Stepped into that one and launched it. Suzuki tried to leap at the wall, but it went over his head, mistimed it. First pitch on the way to short is a sinker. He missed his mark, but he grabbed the zone on the outer edge. It's 0-1. They were set up on the inside. The 0-1. Righty. Pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high into right center field. Coming in, making the play is Bellinger. He'll flip it into the infield. One down. That ball was hit into right field, and the wind pushed it all the way into what was essentially shallow center. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Kelnick. Kelnick will be looking to do the same thing, lift one towards left field. The first pitch on the way is a cutter, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. And it's definitely starting to swirl. It's not as, so it really depends on when you hit the ball, if that wind's going to carry it or not, because there's times where you see that the flags just kind of go quiet, and then the next thing you know, they're bellowing again. The 1-0 misses inside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty, lefty, the pitch. Inside ball, 3-0. Last thing Assad wants to do is walk the kid. Acuna Matata stands on deck. The 3-0. Inside ball, 4. So we got runners on first and second. One out. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands in. Righty-righty matchup, batting .251 on the year, .717 OPS. The pitch from Assad, inside, four-seam fastball, 1-0. Assad at 75 pitches here in the fourth. The 1-0. Javier Assad looks in. Comes set. The pitch. Way outside, wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Assad kicks and fires. Inside ball 3-0. So essentially ball 7 here for Assad. He walked Kelnick on 4 straight. Now he's thrown 3 straight outside. The 3-0. Called for a low strike. 3-1. And that's the inconsistency that Chris Guccione is driving everyone nuts about tonight. Because you can't say you're giving it to him because he's been around the plate, because that was the 8th pitch in a row that missed the zone. The 3-1 right there, that one is a strike. It's 3-2. So a full count to Acuna. Runners on first and second. They're playing him to pull in the infield, but they're in double play depth. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, lifted high, down the right field line, twisting in the wind, making the catch is Suzuki. That was not an easy play. He'll get it back into the infield. On the play, Arcia goes from second to third, but there are 2 outs. So we'll have runners on the corners, 2 away. Coming to the plate is Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies, who comes in 0 for 2, batting .272, a .726 OPS. The first pitch to Oz is inside. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty lefty. The pitch to Ozzie. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field, going towards the warning track. Making the catch on the run is Ian Happ to end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves take the lead. Michael Harris II. MH2 sends one over the fence.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a fly-out to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 3-2. Charlie Morton goes back to work. He'll be fighting that wind as well. That sun still hasn't gone down in Chicago. They got the longest sunset I've ever seen. First pitch on the way is a cutter outside high for a ball. It's 1-0. Charlie Morton, he sits at 63 pitches. The 1-0. Swing and a miss over the top, 85 miles an hour. It's 1-1. That was a nice changeup by Charlie. Michael Busch was hit by his pitch for his first time up. Hit him right on his shin guard. The 1-1. Swung on, chopped foul down the third base side. 1-2. If you're joining us late, the Atlanta Braves have sent Sean Murphy to AAA Gwinnett, where he's set to play. They said about 4 innings tonight. This is the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Uncle Charlie gets another strikeout. It's been a rocky start, but he's fighting through it 1 away. Along with that, Austin Riley took some swings in the batting cage. Soft toss swings. But it doesn't sound like he is coming back in this series. It sounds more like the end of the week, best case scenario. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson is chopped foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. But the crazy thing about that is the 10-day IL, if they put him on it, it would expire by Thursday, the 0-1. Down and in 1-1. And the Braves don't do a lot of platooning, so I get it, but you would think they would want to have that extra body just in case. So a 1-1 count. Dansby Swanson 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored. The pitch, 93, just off the black, 2-1. You had a 2-1 count. The pitch. Swung on, pelted down the left field line. That's going to get into the corner, and it's going to take Kelnick a while to get to the ball, but it looks like Dansby will stop at second for a 1-out double. It was a hanging breaking ball, and Swanson has made a living off of grabbing a hold of those and swatting it down the left field line. Ball just stayed up a little too much than what Charlie would want. Plus, it drifted in towards on the way they were set up. It looked like he was aiming outside. So that'll bring Amaya to the plate. Amaya walked his first time up. The first pitch, curveball, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Cubs 2, bottom 4. The 1-0. Kicks it just off the plate wide. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. That wind is working its way again. The big Gus is whipping around Wrigley Field once again. The 2-0 to Amaya, the number 9 hitter. Talkman stands on deck. The pitch nowhere near the zone. Ball 3, 3-0. Charlie Morton in danger of walking his 4th batter of the game. He's also struck out 6, so a really weird mixed bag of tricks. Amaya, weak hitting catcher, has already walked once, 3-0, inside ball 4. So twice Charlie Morton has faced Miguel Amaya. Twice he has walked him on 8 pitches. By far the worst batter in this lineup. And he'll head on down to first and now have to face the leadoff hitter, Michael Talkman. Talkman is 1 for 2. He's got a 792 OPS. He's got an RBI. Looking to add to his numbers. Righty-lefty, pitch on the way. Curveball down and in. Did he go around? He did. Third base umpire Brian Knight gives it the nod. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball's lifted into center field. Going back on the track, making a leaping catch is Michael Harris II. He'll get it back into the infield, and Dansby Swanson had gone halfway and had to race back to second, and your Atlanta Braves have kept it right there. Nice play by Michael Harris. That deserves a chop. Wow. 75% of the world is covered by water. The other is covered by Michael the Hawk Harris. Leaping into the ivy and turning around and firing a bullet back to second while fighting that wind. Seiya Suzuki comes up. He takes a swing at the first pitch. 93, rifles it right back. Foul up against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Charlie at 77 tosses towards the plate. The 0-1. A curveball misses down. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. You've got Bellinger on deck. The last thing you want to do is pitch around Suzuki. Wind is really starting to pick up out there. The 1-1 from Charlie. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, right at short. Life is too short, baby. He flips it over to second, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get out of that unscathed somehow. Great defensive play by Money Mike. We head to break.
Here I was thinking I was copping some straight up gas, but now I'm looking at it, and it is obvious that I have been gas-lit, dude. That is not good. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get lit off that gas, not gas-lit.
I just came to the realization why I'm single. Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive, but I see their wives and they just look like so, like, you know, like, not like this. I pretend my tattoos are gone. Dude, I look crazy. Like, that's why guys don't want to wife me up. And I just come to this realization today.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I haven't been here for 9 innings with you! Oh, they lose 1 game! They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of the last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then, Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Not 100% sure why, but Chicago the Cubs, take much longer breaks than other teams. It's only by a few seconds, but I have noticed it. It's a little odd. First pitch on the way to Ozuna, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Cubbies 2. We're halfway through here in the top of the 5th inning. Assad, 83 pitches, so he managed that to get himself to possibly get through 5. The 0-1, swatted foul back out of play. It's 0-2. Charlie has done that as well. By the way, it's 1-1 in St. Louis. The Orioles coming back to tie up the Redbirds in the 6th. The 0-2, down below the knees. Good take, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Assad comes set, kicks and fires, down and away, try to get him to chase that slider. Ball to 2-2. Ozuna, 323, 1035 OPS. And the early MVP voting was released as the 2-2. That ball kicks way off the plate, bounces to the backstop, full count. And what do you know? Marcell Ozuna is in. This is the NL MVP rankings released by Major League Baseball today. Marcell Ozuna is ranked 5th. The 3-2, down below the knees, ball 4. So the Big Zoo heads on down to first. 1 on, nobody out. You're curious who the other 4 are. You're going to see some really familiar names. Ranked first in the National League MVP rankings is Mookie Betts. Ranked second, Shohei Ohtani. Ranked third is William Contreras, the ex-Brave, who's in Milwaukee now. The first pitch on the way to Olsen, swatted back foul. It's 0-1. And number 4, one of my favorite players that we don't get a chance to see him enough, Ellie De La Cruz of the Cincinnati Reds. As far as the American League MVP rankings, is the 0-1 to Olsen. Swing and a miss, cutter right there in on his hands. It's 0-2. Juan Soto, ranked number 1. He's having a heck of a season in pinstripes, looking to get himself a $18 billion deal, whatever. He's a free agent at the end of the season. Kyle Tucker of the Astros, which is really strange because they're having a terrible year. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Olsen down on strikes with the cutter inside, 1 away. Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles is 3rd. Aaron Judge, 4th. And one of my favorite American League players, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals, is 5th. That's your early rankings. If you missed the news yesterday, Ray Kerr was optioned to AAA. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is rifled foul and out of play. It's 0-1. We do want to make sure, we've had it on the screen all day, but we want to make sure we give a happy birthday to Bobby Cox. The 0-1, right there, top of the zone, it's 0-2. And if you don't know who Bobby Cox is, well, you're probably in the wrong chat. The Braves have recalled Daysbel Hernandez to Atlanta, so that was the corresponding move. The 0-2, swatted back foul. We'll do it again. Kerr was optioned to AAA after the game last night. So the 0-2 count. Righty, pitch on the way. Swing, pops it up. Let's stay in play. The wind might keep that in play. On a normal day, it is out into the stands, but it gets back in, making a running attempt as Nico Horner. It's going to hit the tarps just out of his reach. He was running towards there, and he was put his hands up like, good Lord, help me. That wind is doing some things to that ball tonight. The only way this could be worse for the players is if this was a day game and you have to fight the sun as well. So it'll give Travis d'Arnaud second life. The 0-2. The pitch. In the dirt. Good take by Travis 1-2. Couple of notes that I do want to make sure that we pass along. You're looking at some guys that could be, first of all, if you missed the news, Bryce Elder was sent down to AAA. Kerr to AAA, and Hernandez is back up here at the big club. As the 1-2 is in the dirt, good take. 2-2. They're talking about developing Ray Kerr as a starter. That'll be interesting. When they say starter, I wonder, with such short time to do it during this season, I wonder if they're meaning more of like a swing man. Is the 2-2. In the dirt. Good take, ball 3, 3-2. So d'Arnaud, who once had an 0-2 count on him, looked like he was dead meat when the pop fly headed to the outfield. The wind played some funny games, kept him alive, and now he's worked the count full. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Assad is at 98 pitches. Standing on deck is Money Mike. The payoff pitch, down below the knees, ball 4. To the Atlanta Braves. Runners on first and second, one out. Michael Harris the second. Coming to the plate, he went yard his last time out. Tommy Hotovy, the pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs, is going out there to talk to Assad. They do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. While that's going on, we'll go back to the turn back time. On this date in 1930, it's a pretty good one, Babe Ruth hits 3 home runs connecting in the first, third, and 8th inning of the Yankees' 15-7 loss to the Philadelphia A's at Shibe Park. The 3 home runs marks the first time in the 35-year-old career of Babe Ruth that he goes yard 3 times in a regular season game. He had done it twice in 1926 and in 1928 in the World Series. That was in 1930. So here comes Harris. The first pitch on the way is chopped foul towards the first base dugout of the Atlanta Braves. It's 0-1. Cubs, one of the teams that uses third base as home. The 0-1, righty-lefty. The pitch inside almost gets him. Cutter misses, 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on, rifled over to first. It's going to be a force out at second. d'Arnaud out with plenty of time. Swanson just puts that in his back pocket. No way that he was going to get Harris busting it down the line. So you got runners on the corners, 2 outs, and they're going to make a pitching change. Council's coming to the mound to get the ball from Assad. The Braves have run out the starter. We'll be back in a flash trying to scratch across another run.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of .400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a sweeper on the outer edge for a strike. It's on 1. New pitcher, Tyson Miller, the right-hander, steps in with a 2.30 ERA, 15 strikeouts in 15 and 2/3 innings. Miller turns around and fires it over to first. Keep Michael Harris II close by. Miller, the tall right-hander, kicks and fires. Outside wide. 1-1. And on the play, Michael Harris II, he takes off and he's gone. Michael Harris is having himself a game. He's got a stolen base, a home run, a great catch at the wall, the 1-1. Swing and a miss off the plate. It's 1-2. Miller from Fairfield, California, played at California Baptist. Was drafted by the Cubs in 2016. 6'5", 220. 28-year-old. Comes set, kicks and deals, outside wide. 2-2. That Fairfield, California, they've got some baseball players. I feel like I read at least one name a week that comes from that area. And that's the 3rd player from Cal Baptist this year that we've read. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 92. That thing explodes for 92. It's cooking. We'll be back in a flash.
I just want 2 minutes on my own without people irritating me!
If you were to make a list of games that Gen X got banned for future generations, you would probably start with Dodgeball, Jarts, and then right up there in the top 3 is Red Rover. Red Rover was a special game where you would have 2 teams lined up on opposite sides of each other and you would link arms and you would sing a little song. Now listen, if you were the fat kid, this is when you came in clutch. You went from the kid that nobody wanted other teams to the first round draft pick at recess. When your name gets called, it is your job to run top speed. Your only job was to get decimated. Kids would break their wrist and dislocate their shoulders. Lots of concussions because you'd hit that double clothesline and just after recess, kids would be walking in like ice packs. One kid's walking like Vince McMahon, and you know he won Red Rover just by the way he's walking. Come back next week when I try to explain smear the without getting canceled.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher, until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year. 356 lifetime, the third highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 3-2. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Flipping around on one of the other monitors during the breaks, checking out the Pacers Celtics, that they're tied at the half at 64, but that's not what caught my eye. They have something called the Sky Cam. It's like an alternative broadcast by ESPN. It is absolutely putrid. I hope this never comes to baseball. Charlie Morton goes back to work. The first pitch on the way is a sinker off the edge wide, 1-0. The best way I can describe this garbage, they don't have a score. They don't have a clock on the screen. Is the 1-0 pitch. Curveball looked like it grabbed the edge, didn't get the call, 2-0. But they've got these red lines all over the place where they're like drawings and outlines of where things are on the court. It's the strangest thing. It's almost like a diagram. Is the 2-0 right there, first strike, 2-1. It's drawn over the court. It's the weirdest thing. It brings nothing to the game. I don't know what in the hell they're doing. So a 2-1 count. Righty lefty swing pitch. Fouled down the line, out of play, 2-2. All I can say to it is, God, I hope they never do anything like this in baseball. And B, don't waste your time looking for it. It's awful. Braves 3, Cubs 2, bottom of the fifth. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Morton. Well, he's had the good, the bad, the ugly tonight. I mean, if you look at what he's done, 7 strikeouts, but 4 walks. 3 hits, and he's given up 2 runs, only 1 earned. He'll face Morrell, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch to Christopher is a swung on, chop foul into his instep. It's 1-1. See Russell saying, imagine Money Mike did a cycle. He should at least get a triple for that catch that he made at the wall. I mean, he had to run a long way and fought the wind. That was the thing, having to fight the wind over your shoulder. The 0-1 swung on, pops it up. Now this will be an adventure. Kelnick camping underneath it. He'll make the catch, 2 down. None of these fly balls have been easy. So 2 down. The wind is still acting up. It doesn't look quite as strong as it was before, but it's still pretty good lick out there towards left. Every time I see the Braves in their road uniforms, all I can think of is that nobody did any kind of testing to make sure that you wouldn't see the sweat pouring through the back and the front of these guys' jerseys. Charlie takes a step off the mound for a second to reset. The first pitch to Ian Happ, who's 0 for 2. Up top, did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He did not. It's 1-0. Happ, 205, 617 OPS. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 1-0 swatted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit off the ivy. Happ motors around first heading to second, and it's a 2-out double for the left fielder. Happ played his college ball for the Cincinnati Bearcats and were drafted by the Cubs in the first round, the number 9 overall pick in 2015. That was right before the Cubs really started taking off and getting much lower draft picks. If you remember, they win the World Series in 2016, so that's coming off the 14 season where he was their last big draft pick in that era. First pitch on the way to Nico Horner is a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Nico was hurt when we faced the Cubs the first time along with Dansby Swanson. The 0-1 swatted, chopped down the third base side, didn't go very far before it hit foul. 0-2. Nico was drafted late in the first round in 2018 out of Stanford, and he didn't have to go far. He was born in Oakland, California. The 27-year-old can play a little bit all over everywhere. Second baseman nowadays. The 0-2, curveball in the dirt, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Charlie Morton's at 91 pitches. If he can get out of this, they'll probably run him back out there and see how far he can go in the sixth. It's going to be a dicey game with this wind. The 1-2 from Morton. In the dirt. That curveball nowhere near the zone. Ball 2-2-2. So a 2-2 count. They're the same jerseys from the beginning of the year to where they are now. They're not making the change till the All-Star break. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Travis d'Arnaud shows the ball to home plate umpire Chris Guccione, shows the ball did not get away. Nico was heading down to first, but to no avail. That'll end the inning. Cubs get one on, but cannot score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Are you okay? No, but I am funny, so it works out.
I mean, why waste my time? Every single freaking year, I get myself juiced up with this stupid team, and at 43 years of age and 3 kids, enough already. Let them go hurt somebody else. I mean, when am I ever going to have a chance to win a lousy freaking champion? One time! Not 20! One lousy time! Gee whiz! Every single time! Ah, come on, will you please? Can you beat the Florida Marlins one time? The Mets! The lousy Mets did it to us! Every time! Win one! I'll give it all back! I'll leave now! Okay, out of my system.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Siccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Miller will go back out there to work. He threw just 5 pitches his first time up. Miller versus Short to begin the inning. The first pitch on the way is a drop bunt by Short. It bangs foul Good attempt by Short. They were playing him a little back, and with his speed, he would have beaten that out if that thing stays fair. That's the good news. The bad news is that thing was nowhere near being fair. It was closer to the on-deck circle of the Chicago Cubs than it was the third base. The 0-1 to Short. Swing and a miss. Sweeper off the edge. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty. The pitch. High and out of the zone. 1-2. Standing on deck, Mr. Jared Kelenic. In the hole, Ronald Acuna Jr. The 1-2. Miller comes set. The pitch. Just outside wide, 2-2. Yeah, they did make the adjustment with the pants because the pants, they were, well, there were a couple of teams that almost had X-rated pants, the 2-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Sweeper grabs the edge, down and away, 1 down. And though a lot of the female fans might have preferred them to keep the pants, I think the folks taking their kids to the game, the other issue was they were ripping. I mean, it was unreal. The first week and a half of the season when they finally made the change, I saw a number. It was either 17 or 18 players had to change pants during the game because they were ripping at the seams. First pitch on the way to Kelenic is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. The wind's playing games, coming in, making the catches. Suzuki camps underneath it, 2 away, excuse me. That wind will play funny games on it, but when you get that much underneath it, you give the guys a chance to figure it out. You still got to put a charge into the ball even with that wind. So Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Home plate umpire Chris Guccione's cleaning off the home plate dish. So a little bit of break in the action. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard while that goes on. Seattle 5-3 over the Yankees in the 8th. Pittsburgh and San Francisco, they're tied up heading to extras. First pitch on the way to Acuna is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Pittsburgh scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th to tie up the game. I don't know if Underwater's still in here, but it's a heck of a comeback. The 1-0, down below the knees, 2-0. Kansas City leads Detroit 10-3. Chiefs over the Lions. That game is in the 7th. Angels 4-2 over Houston as the 2-0. Off the plate wide, 2-1. That game is in the 5th. Baltimore, St. Louis, they're tied. It's in the 6th, but they've gone to a rain delay, the 2-1. Swing and a miss, 4-seam fastball right up in his kitchen, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Righty. The pitch on the way. Just misses outside wide. Now that time Acuna got the benefit of the doubt. That ball appeared to grab the outer edge. We got the call. So a full count to Acuna. 2 outs here in the 6th. The pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Looks like that'll bend out of play even with the wind pushing it. It'll just stay foul behind the first base dugout. We'll do it again, 3-2. Braves 3, Cubs 2. The pitch. Swung on, banged over to second. Should be an easy play. Horner's got it. Acuna kind of lightly jogging down the line, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Bush, Swanson, and Amaya, 7, 8, 9 coming up.
I would like your undivided attention, please.
You couldn't handle my undivided attention.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Rickey Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
You gonna quit drinking? Don't be ridiculous. I'm gonna quit waking up.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotti, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter, and that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing that the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Lead this one 3-2. Daysball Hernandez comes in. Hernandez, 1 inning pitch so far, 1 walk, no strikeouts. In the minors this season, he had a 1.65 ERA in 12 appearances. First pitch on the way from Hernandez is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, right there on the edge, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing, pops it up high in the sky. What will the wind do with this one? Camping underneath it is Short, and he drops the ball. It's going to be an E6. Zach Short just gave up 2 bases as Bush runs around. You can't blame that one on the wind. That was all Zach Short. He spit the bit on that one. That ball hit him in a bad place right in the glove. Arcia kept the ball from rolling too far away, but the damage was already done. So, runner on second, the tying run, bottom of the 6th inning. Wind blowing out, and here comes Dansby Swanson. First pitch on the way is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, chopped over towards third. Short's got this one. High throw, but thank goodness Matt Olson's about 9 feet tall. He'll make the catch. 1 down. So 1 down. That'll bring Amaya to the plate. Amaya has 2 walks. He hasn't even seen a strike tonight. The first pitch on the way is a slider off the edge. Ball 9 to Amaya. I mean, they're pitching around him like he's Barry Bonds, the 1-0. There's the first strike. 1-1. The 1-1. Righty pitch on the way, swing, and that ball swatted in the left field, and that could tie the game. Here comes Kelenic jumping up and firing into the infield. A perfect strike will keep the runner at third, but the runners are on the corners with just one out. Jared Kelenic, go ahead and give that man the Gold Glove in left field. I have not seen anyone remotely played the left field position this year like Kelenic. Typically, your worst fielders playing out there in left, like we've had the last few years with Rosario and others. But Kelenic is coming up. I mean, he's got a hose. He came up as a right fielder in the Mets and Mariners organization. First pitch on the way is swatted in right field, and that will tie the game. So the error on Zach Short will come around to score, and you've got runners on first and second, one out. So what hasn't been a terrible outing for Hernandez so far ends up coughing up a run because of the unearned run. You got runners on first and second, which should be two outs. Suzuki comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch. 97, kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. The pitch. Right there at the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Suzuki 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a fielder's choice. Braves would like to keep it right here. Double play, get us out of it. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one. Corkscrewed him into the ground. It's 1-2. He was going for the downs on that one. The 1-2. Slider misses down and away, 2-2. Standing on deck is Bellinger. I swear, if I didn't know any better, Cody Bellinger bats every other third or fourth batter. He's been up almost every inning. Seems like he's always looming on deck. The 2-2. Swung on and lifted down the right field line. Foul. We'll do it again. Seiya Suzuki, 29-year-old from Japan, the 2-2, just misses outside, ball 3, 3-2. Came over to the Cubs in 2022. This is third season in the major leagues. He has 38 career home runs. And OPS of 807. The 3-2 pitch swung on, lifted high into center field. Coming in, making the running catch is Michael Harris, the second. He flips it over to second base. The runner just gets back, and Arcia fires it over to first, and the runner barely gets back to first. If Harris is looking at first, he's going to get the runner by a mile, but he's running at a full sprint. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw the runner halfway. He thought he had a chance to get him. So that'll bring Bellinger to the plate. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Bellinger is off the plate wide, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Cody Bellinger. Just 28 years old. It seems like he has been in the league forever. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. 97 right down the pipe. 1-1. He debuted with the Los Angeles Dodgers at the beginning of the season of 2017. Hit 39 home runs that year. The 1-1. Swung on and fouled away. It's 1-2. And I guess that's why it's always felt like he's been in the league forever. 39 in 2017, 25 in 2018, 47 in 2019. The 1-2. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He got him, strike 3. So Daysbell keeps it right there. It's 3-3. We'll take it after that wild inning. We'll be back in a flash.
Anybody else just kind of feel like their check engine light is on and you're just like, nah, this is fine?
The amount of people who stand in the absolute middle of the aisle in the grocery store. What are you doing? Pick a side. I hate you.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Somebody just came up to me and asked me what I do for a living. I said, mind my damn business. They hiring too. You want me to get you an application?
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ring. Eddie Cicotti had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotti. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in, fouled, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves tied up at 3 apiece. We head to the top of the 7th inning. Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Looks like they're going to leave Miller out there. Miller's thrown an inning and a third, 19 pitches. The first pitch in hits Ozzie in the leg, and he is heading on down to first. I believe he's okay. He is grabbing at the back of his leg, hopping around a little bit. We'll check on him. Hit him in the back, right in the hamstring area. Wobbling around a little bit, but he's heading down to first and appears to be okay. I believe he's one of the trainers coming out there to talk to him. It hit him right in the back, in the plant leg. So you love getting the base, but you don't like seeing Ozzie hitting the leg. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna's in a bit of a slump. He has not hit a home run tonight after hitting 2 yesterday in the doubleheader. Ozuna, 12-game hitting streak on the line. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, 79-mile-an-hour sweeper. Hanging sweeper, it's 1-0. And if he could get a hanger there about middle in, that thing would go deep into the night, considering how that wind's blowing out to left. The 1-0, swung on, chopped foul towards the first base dugout. It's 1-1. Angels lead the Astros 4-2 in the 6th. Ozuna did walk in the 5th. He's at a 17 and now a 12-game hitting streak. The 1-1, kicks and fires, swing, and that ball's hit into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. A single by Ozuna. Ozzie has to scamper back to second. He thought about going first to third. Wasn't hit hard, wasn't hit far, but sometimes the way that ball falls into the grass of Wrigley Field, you can get some slow rollers and get you an extra bag or two, but Ozzie played it safe. I don't think him getting hit in the leg had anything to do with it, but runners on first and second, nobody out, and Counsell is going to pull the plug on Miller. We'll be back in a flash. Looks like it's a right-hander coming out of the Chicago pen.
This is Lou Brissy, and the fact that most of you don't know who he is a travesty. Before he could fulfill his childhood dream and play in the major leagues, World War II happened, and by 1944, he was serving as a squad leader in G Company, 351st Infantry Regiment, 88th Infantry Division. On December 7, 1944, the place he was stationed, near Florence, Italy, was attacked by an artillery barrage. 8 men went down. 20-year-old Captain Lou Brissy was one of them. An artillery shell had broken both of his feet and shattered his left tibia and shin bone in 30 places. Shrapnel was also stuck in his shoulder, both hands, and both thighs. Barely conscious, he laid there in the snow and mud until medics arrived. The medics' first thought was to amputate, but Lou wouldn't have it. Amputating his leg would end any chance he would have of playing baseball for the Athletics. Doctors would persist, saying that he could pass away, but his mind never wavered, and he told them that he would take his chances. Fast forward 2 years. Lou has now gone through 23 surgeries and had 40 blood transfusions. His leg is reconstructed with hardwire, and it has a metal plate protector. During this time, Connie Mack, manager of the Athletics, would write him reminding him that healing was his main priority. Once he was healed, Mack assured him he would get a tryout with the team. The Athletics would sign him and send him to play for the Savannah Indians, where he would lead the league in wins, strikeouts, and earned run average. Eventually, he would be called up, and his dream of playing professional baseball would come true. Bob Feller said that without World War II, Lou Brissy would have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now you know the story of Lou Brissy. Do me a favor and share it with someone who you know loves baseball and doesn't know the story.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves. Tied up with the Chicago Cubs. And there's a concern about the mound. Mark Leiter Jr. is coming out to the is complaining about the mound. He must be complaining about the landing spot. So because of that, we've got a delay. We're going to get the grounds crew to come out here and take a look at everything. We'll go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard while they get that settled. They're just adding a little dirt there. I believe he's warmed up, but this may have delayed his warm-up. Here on the out-of-town scoreboard, Kansas City 10-3 over Detroit. Bobby Witt Jr. and Renfroe both hit home runs. Witt hit 2 home runs tonight. How about that? It's 1-1 in a rain delay in St. Louis with the Orioles. Angels, Houston, Yordan Alvarez hit his 9th, Tucker his 16th. We mentioned Tucker and Witt in the AL MVP early voting, or rankings as they're calling it. Pittsburgh came all the way back to beat the San Francisco Giants 7-6. Bednar with the win. Colorado leads Oakland 2-0 in the first. That game just getting underway. Philly, well, they won again, 5-2. They're going to give Leiter a few more warm-up tosses before he goes to work. Corey Seager hit his 7th home run of the year. Bryce Harper his 11th. The Phillies keep rolling. Cleveland 7-6 over the Mets. That's a final. Milwaukee came back and beat Miami 7-5 after trailing for the entire game. McGill with the save. Boston 5-2 over the Tampa Bay Rays. Kenley Jansen got his 8th save. Cincinnati 2-0 over the Padres. That's a final. Garrett Crochet, we saw him at the beginning of the year for the White Sox, the great young left-hander. He got his 5th win of the year, blanking Toronto. 5-0 was the final. Minnesota 10-0 over Washington. That's a final. Later on tonight, Brandon Pfaadt versus Garrett Stone. Diamondbacks are in Los Angeles to take on the Dodgers. So waiting for the final warm-up tosses. Leiter Jr. is coming on to face Matt Olson. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. 3-3 your score in the top of the 7th after the long delay to fix the mound. The first pitch to Olson, righty-lefty. The pitch swung on and slapped back foul behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Matt Olson digs in. The pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. Chase that splitter. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Olson takes his time out. Runners on first and second. The pitch. Swung on and lifted foul and out of play again. We'll do it again. Happy 83rd birthday to Bobby Cox, one of the all-time great managers in Major League Baseball history. The 0-2. Leiter's going to step off the mound. Mark Leiter Jr. is 33 years old. Cousin of Jack Leiter and nephew of Al Leiter. The 0-2 off the plate wide, 1-2. Of course, Al's brother Mark played in Major League Baseball as well. Al Leiter, we all remember from the Mets and Marlins years ago. He's now currently on the MLB network. His cousin Jack is in the Texas Ranger organization. It's the 1-2. Chop foul down the first base side. We'll do it again. Another one of the Leiter brothers. He is a pitcher at Florida State. He's been injured all year long. I don't know if he'll even get a chance to play this year. He may be going straight back into the draft. So a 1-2 count. 2 on, nobody out. Olson trying to break the 3-3 tie. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Olson needed to get something there, Matty. 1 away. One down. You know, one of the things that I'm hoping for with Riley sitting on the bench this whole time, he'll come out and maybe he'll come off as a spark plug, come off his slump. The first pitch on the way to Darnode is chopped foul down the line. It's 0-1. And if he does, Braves country is going to start clamoring for Olson and Acuna to hit the IL. The 0-1 to Darnode. Swing and a miss. Man, he chased that one well out of the zone, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty, righty. Leiter. Kicks and fires. Swing and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. Mark Leiter Jr., 33 years old. He was drafted by Philadelphia back in 2013. He's put together a pretty good career with Philadelphia and Chicago since 2017. Also a stop in Toronto. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Travis d'Arnaud looked lost in that at bat, 2 down. So 2 down, and the man of the hour all night long has been Michael Harris II. Maybe he can get something here. Runners on first and second, and nobody out. Now it's runners on first and second and 2 out. Back-to-back strikeouts from your number 4 and 5 hitter in the order. Harris is 1 for 3. He's also got a stolen base and a heck of a catch at the wall and a running catch as well that stole not just a single in the last inning, but a possible run. The first pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires well outside wide. Curveball misses, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Leiter could be pitching around Harris with Orlando Arcia on deck. Arcia did go yard earlier tonight, but he may be pitching around the left-hander to get to the right-hander. The 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on, chopped right into his plant foot. We'll do it again. It's 2-1. Harris is stretching over there by the... Hope he's okay. It's taking longer than usual to get up and grab his bat. The ball hit him. Let's see exactly where it hit him. Right there on... It looked like the calf. I haven't seen anyone to go out there to talk to him, so he must be okay. The trainer came to the... One of the trainers came to the top steps, but Harris shooed him away, so I guess he's all right. So 2 on, 2 out, the 2-1 pitch, righty-lefty, on the way from Leiter. Swing, and that ball swatted down the right field side, but just foul. We'll do it again. Looked like that, yeah, that broke the bat of Michael Harris. He got a new one from the bat boy. Deuces wild here in Chicago. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. Atlanta and Chicago are tied at 3. The pitch. Swung on, chopped foul. Do it again. Looks like the wind is dying down a little bit out there. The 2-2. Leiter comes set. His 16th pitch of the inning. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, man. He chased that one well off the plate. He was swinging at that one no matter what. That was a bad pitch and a worse swing. We'll be back in a flash. 7th inning stretch. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right. Bye.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez will come into the game, trying to hold on to this tie ball game that he's inheriting in seventh inning, 3-3 your score. Brian asking about the All-Star break. We're 2 months from the All-Star break. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Down and away. 1-1. We haven't even played 2 months of the season. We still got 2 months till we get to the All-Star break. So the 2-0 count right there at the knees for a strike to Morrell. There you go, Jesse. 2-1. Chavez comes set, lets her go right there for, oh, come on. That was a strike. Chris Guccione's had a terrible night behind home plate. And all in all, he ranks down at the bottom of home plate umpires, but that was an awful call. The 3-1, down and away, ball 4. So Chris Guccione essentially assists for another walk. Brian Snicker just is sitting there with his hands folded at the end of the dugout. It's a good time to remind everybody it's the 83rd birthday of Bobby Cox, and he'd be out there giving Blue an earful right now. Ian Happ comes to the plate. He takes a swat at the first pitch, and that is an atom ball to Olsen, and Olsen is going to step on the pillow, and 1-2, how do you do? 2 down. How about that? Morrell knew he had no chance. Olsen had to leap to make the catch. When he came down with the ball, it was a snow cone job. He was standing in between Morrell and the base and had no way to get back. First pitch on the way to Nico Horner is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Nice curveball. Jesse doesn't throw that curveball that often. When he does, the righties usually come out of their shoes on it. It's a steady diet of that cutter and change. The 0-2. Cutter misses outside wide. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Caught. Looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll end the inning. So we get out of the jam. We'll grab the sticks. It's tied up. Arcia is coming to the dish. Top of the 8th inning.
Ted Turner took over ownership of the Braves in 1976, a season in which they finished last in the National League West. At one point, they were so bad they lost 13 consecutive games. But this didn't faze Turner, who had high hopes for the 1977 season. Unfortunately, reality set in, and shortly after the start of the season, the Braves found themselves in a 16-game losing streak. So how is Ted Turner going to turn around a team that was headed further and further down the standings? He took matters into his own hands, literally. He told the press that Braves manager Dave Bristol was on a scouting trip, and he would be taking over managerial duties on May 11th, a day when the Braves were facing off against the Pirates. It went about as well as you think it would. Not knowing any of the signs, he had to sit next to coaches and tell them what signs to relay to players. The Braves wound up losing the game 2-1 for their 17th straight loss, putting them 8-22 on the season. Turner's goal was to be in the trenches to get to the bottom of what was wrong with his struggling team. The next day, Turner received a letter from National League President Chub Feeney telling him that his first game as manager would be his last, but why? According to Rule 20E, no manager or player on a club shall directly or indirectly own stock or any other proprietary interest or have any financial interest in the club by which the manager or player is employed except under an agreement approved by the commissioner. With Turner out in Bristol on his trip, another Braves coach, Vern Benson, took over managerial duties for the next game and ended the Braves' losing streak with a 6-1 victory over the Pirates.
With the help of several would-be owners, Ward and the Brotherhood started a rival league, the Players League. At first, the new league did well. 56 top players defected to its teams and brought their fans with them.
I am for war without quarter. I want to fight until one of us drops dead. From this point on, it will simply be a case of dog eat dog, and the dog with the bulldog tendencies will live the longest. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves are tied up 3 apiece as we head to the 8th inning. Lando Arcia will head on head-to-head versus Wesneski, who's coming out of the bullpen. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike, sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Hayden Wesneski lets her fly. Sweeper outside wide, 0-1. So an 0-1 count. The pitch. Floats a sweeper in there, hanger. Arcia takes it all day long. It's 1-2. Braves 3, Cubs 3, top 8. Wesneski, swing, and that ball's flipped back foul. 94 up top. We'll do it again, 1-2. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Chopped foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Standing on deck, it would be too short. Kelnick in the hole. The Braves can get anything going. Top of the order would ensue. The 1-2. Wesneski tries to get him to chase that sweeper off the edge. Good take. So the 2-2, swing, and that ball's hammered once again, but can't keep it straight. Goes towards the Cubs dugout on the third base side. The 2-2 pitch, down below the knees. Good take. That sweeper fell off the table as it rolled over. Almost looked like it was going to grab the zone as it on its way by. So a full count to Arcia, trying to get on, do anything he can. Arcia's already hit 1 home run out. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, reached for that one. That one's going to get dragged foul. It was a four-seamer off the edge, and he reached out over the plate and rolled it over to third. Thankfully, it went foul. The 3-2. Wesneski comes set. The payoff pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Should be caught. Wind's pushing it around into play, and the hind catcher will make the catch, 1 away. So, decent at bat by Arcia, fighting all the way, but eventually just got underneath that pitch, and there was no way. The wind pushed it back, but I think it probably stays in play even on a non-windy night. They're going to come out and talk to Wesneski. Adam Duvall is going to grab the bat. So this is an interesting move. They're going to take Short out of the game. Send Adam Duvall out there. So in all likelihood, Williams will come in to play third, but we'll have to wait to see how that plays. Adam Duvall has played third base. He was a third baseman young and into his career. But it's been quite a while since he's been a third baseman. Adam steps in, 2 home runs, 8 RBI. The first pitch on the way to Duvall. Right there for a strike, sweeper at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on and chopped foul in between home and first. It's 1-2. Chris Guccione, back to that point. Chris Guccione ranks 43rd in accuracy. So, like I said, he's right there, middle of the pack, down towards the bottom. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the pinch hitter comes off the bench and does nothing. 3 pitches, and it's a strikeout for Wisniewski. 96 up top. So that'll bring it up to Jared Kelenic to try to break through here in a tie game in the top of the 8th. Cunha on deck. The wind is still blowing out towards left field. First pitch on the way to Kelenic is swung on and lifted high. Not very deep. Into left, making the catch. Ending the inning is Ian Happ. 3 up, 3 down. Pretty quiet inning for the Braves. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the order due up for the Cubs.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And you have some time to relax?
Yeah.
Introducing slouching.
What's that?
Everyone knows that good posture is one of the best things that you can do for your body. But that's no fun, is it?
Wait a minute.
That's right, idiot. Whether you're sitting, laying down, or even standing, you insist on having the posture of a twisted gremlin, and you've given yourself lifelong issues because of it.
Okay, please let me fix this.
Sure, let's visit the doctor.
Yeah, so I've been having pain in my hips, my lower back, my neck, and sometimes my shoulder.
Okay, you are... Try it today.
What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale, yeah, I can do that. Okay, man. Nachos. Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
Let's go. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
What's your favorite jersey in all of sports?
The Atlanta Braves whites. I don't know if they got like HD white, but for some reason every time they were playing, they're like, don't they look brighter than everybody else's?
Old school Houston Astros jersey. Old school Houston Astros jersey. I'm going to be biased to the hometown team, so I'm going to go baby blue Atlanta Braves.
Lovely evening in New York. Lovely evening to get the heck out of here. We fly back to Chicago right after the game. Boy, those Indians knew what they were doing. Swings and he misses. When they sold this New York City for $14 and 3 bottles of hooch, that was probably the best deal anybody ever made.
3 big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. 3-3 your score. Michael Harris has been the story tonight, keeping the Braves in it. He had a solo shot, but on top of that, he's made 2 outstanding running catches, one towards the center field wall, one towards the infield. We sit here 3-3. A.J. Minter comes in. Lefty, righty. The first pitch on the way from Minter is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Minter will face Wisdom, who's hitting for Bush. The 0-1 right there for a strike, changeup on the edge. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The pitch on the way, off the plate wide, trying to chase that changeup outside. 1-2. The 1-2, Darnold sets up inside. The pitch, swing, and swats it back foul, back behind home plate. He just missed that one. That was shot straight back. Anytime you see that, you know they just missed it. And Wisdom was hopping around. He knows he just missed that one. So a 1-2 count. On deck is Swanson. In the hole is Amaya. They could pitch hit for Amaya. Guy's still available on the bench. Is the 1-2 lifted high into right field, going back on the track, making the running catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. That ball kind of snow coned in and out of his glove, but he held on. One away into the ivy. Good running catch by Acuna. Pretty good defense by everyone in the outfield tonight. Dealing with that wind. That ball just kind of takes off on you when it gets into that jet stream. On the Cubs bench right now, you've got Gomes, Madrigal, and Vasquez. On the Braves bench, you've got Tromp and Riley, but you essentially have nobody because you don't use your hind catcher, backup hind catcher, and Riley is still hurt. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hence the questioning of why in the world they haven't made a move yet. Williams did come in for Duvall to play third, by the way, the 0-1. Off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Nobody on, one out. The pitch from Minter. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, right at Williams. Luke fires it across over to Olsen. 5-3 put out, 2 down. Two outs, and that'll bring the number 9 hitter, Amaya, to the plate. They will probably save the bench because if Amaya ends up being the last out here, you may want a pinch run for him as a ghost runner in the 10th. Or the... Never mind, I had that all backwards. Never mind. First pitch to Amaya is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, right there for a strike, 1-1. Got ahead of myself on that one. They're going to want to hold on to Gomes, though, because normally if this does go 10 innings plus, you start moving around pinch runners. You'd want to be able to move Gomes in. The 1-1, hit high and down the line, foul and out of play. It's 1-2. Braves 3, Cubs 3, bottom of the 8th. Atlanta Braves will have the top of the order due up in the 9th inning. The 1-2 just misses outside, 2-2. Changeup just off the plate. Minter now at 12 pitches. Amaya is 1 for 1 with 2 walks tonight. The 2-2 swing, and that ball shot over to first. Good backhanded stab by Olsen. He'll flip it to Minter covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Acuna, Ozzie, Ozuna coming to the plate.
So you've gone insane. That's fun.
Name an animal with 3 letters in its name.
Dog. Dog. Cat. Bat. Rat. Ape. Fly. Bee. Pig. Hog. Hen. Eel. Ant.
Frog.
Unbelievable.
So I heard these two people talking, and this guy said, Becky, I was on my walk this morning, and I got bit by a Rottweiler. And she said, oh, my God, imagine if that would have been a small child. And he said, for sakes, Becky, I could have fought off a small child.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Man, we just watched it go down up here in a drug bust, and it was crazy. It reminded me back in my days of dealing drugs. There's 3 things you don't do. 1, you don't sell drugs near a state line. That's just common sense. Number 2, you never sell drugs to a guy that's got all the teeth. And number 3, you don't sell drugs, y'all.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, the great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hector Neris is coming on. Neris, 17 innings, 15 strikeouts, but 14 walks. See if the Braves may be able to take advantage of that. He'll face Ronald Acuna Jr. Of course, Neris, the ex-Philly, the right-hander, fires the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. They checked down the line, but he didn't even come close to going around. I don't even know why. Well, never mind. We do know why Chris Guccione is checking down the line. He's not quite sure what he's doing back there. So the 1-0 count, righty. The pitch, swung on and flipped fouling out of play. 1-1. Hector Neris, 34-year-old, out of the Dominican. Philly from 2014 to 2021. The 1-1 misses up top, 2-1. He was with Houston the last 2 years and then came over to the Cubs this year. Has a lifetime ERA of 3.22. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and chopped down the third base line, just foul. Acuna 0 for 3 with a walk in the first. He did steal a base. The 2-2, swing, and rifles that fouling out of play. Do it again. Ozzy's on deck. Ozuna's in the hole. The 2-2, swung on and lifted towards right field. Is that going to get down? Sliding catch by Suzuki. Nice defensive play, 1 away. Suzuki, not the slickest of fielders out there, but he made a nice sliding grab to keep Acuna off base. If that ball gets down, it's probably going to hop over his head, and Acuna's at least standing on third. Gutsy play by Suzuki paid off. That'll bring Ozzy Albies to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a swing and a miss strike off the edge. It's 0-1. Ozzie 0 for 3. Hit by a pitch. The 0-1. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. His offense has just been so anemic the last few weeks. We were kind of spoiled last year. Didn't go through this dry spell that pretty much all Major League Baseball teams go through. The 0-2. Outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The pitch swung on and dribbled over to second. 4-3 put out, 2 down. So 2 down. Yeah, just a few weeks ago, the Braves actually had the #1 offense in all of Major League Baseball. And now the last 2.5 weeks, that they've got one of the worst. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. First pitch on the way to Marcell. Good Lord, that's a one-hopper to the third, and that'll be the end of the inning. Braves do nothing here in the 9th. We'll be back in a flash.
I usually don't wake up grumpy. I let her sleep in for at least 5 more minutes.
Your totals were 120 yards in 19 carries. Benny Malone, 24 yards in 12 carries. But what's your high? Do you keep track of how many carries you have in a game?
Well, my high will probably come in about another hour after the ball game.
The older I get, the more I understand why deer run in front of cars.
Want to take a nap or you come and lay down with me?
Yeah. Come on.
It's just for a nap.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie ball game. Coming on for the Atlanta Braves here in the 9th. Hold on to your hats. It's Aaron Bummer. The idea is that they're saving the very back end of the bullpen for if they get a save opportunity. So Bummer is going to be asked to come on and try to keep it where it's at. He'll face Talkman, Suzuki, and Bellinger. The left-hander fires the first pitch, 88-mile-an-hour cutter off the edge. It's 1-0. Lefty. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. Just kisses the black. Sweeper on the outer edge. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Wind still blowing out. Right there. Sweeper cuts across the grain. 1-2. 1-2. Outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing and swats it back foul up against the plate. We'll do it again. Talkman 2 for 4. Lefty, lefty. The pitch on the way. Swatted down the left field line. Well out of play. We'll do it again. The 2-2 from Bummer in the dirt. Ball 3, 3-2. The payoff pitch. Bummer comes set. Swung on and lifted down the left field line. Right there at the warning track making the catch is Jared Kelnick. One away. That went deep. And the way that left field is cut into the grain there, you get a little more extra real estate in the left field corner. So one down, and here comes Suzuki. 0 for 4, the first pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. Sweeper. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty, righty. Bellinger on deck. The pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. He was mainly brought in here to face Bellinger. And he is a ground ball hit pitcher. So he's being brought in to try to keep the ball down with the wind blowing out. But it always makes you nervous when Bummer's in this late. The 0-2, down and away, 1-2. Sweeper misses. So a 1-2 count. Suzuki 2 strikeouts, a fielder's choice, and a fly out. The 1-2, Bummer lets her go. Swung on, grounded hard on the ground, but right at Arcia. The vacuum fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out, 2 away. The 2 down. Braves 1 out away from free baseball and all that ghost runner. It would be Ozuna as your ghost runner. And you really don't have another option because other than putting Riley out there to pinch run, you don't really have a choice. The first pitch on the way to Bellinger's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I guess in theory, I don't think they would do it, but in theory, you could make one of your pitchers a ghost runner if this were like a playoff game. The 1-0 swung on, pops it up high, fighting the wind. Is Michael the Hawk Harris, and he'll make the catch. The Hawk will send the Braves to the top of the 10th. Free baseball. Olsen, Darnode, and the Hawk come into the plate.
Hey, y'all, if you're looking for a wife, go check Tinder, man. You wouldn't believe it. In fact, my neighbor's wife was on there. My boss's wife was on there. Hell, my preacher's wife was on there. 20 minutes later, I even found my wife on there. That's the place to look for a wife, y'all.
If y'all see anybody over the age of 30 out past 9 p.m., just know that they 100% took a nap earlier that day.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go, 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 go.
Don't be open-minded. Make the same mistakes your father made. Be a man.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
He Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Somebody just offered me $1,000 for pictures of my feet. And I was like, do you want wallets or like an 8x10, black and white? What do you need?
So what do you want to do now?
Want to get drunk?
Yeah.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel, and he's even more than a scoundrel now that he's beat me. And there's something likable about that in people. It's bad sportsmanship, though.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kind of ironic, Bummer gets brought in as a ground ball pitcher to face the lefties, and the two outs against the lefties are both fly balls. The first pitch on the way to Olson is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna, your ghost runner, stands on second, representing the go-ahead run. The 1-0, lefty, Little in the game now. The pitch, outside wide, 2-0. The southpaw coming on is Luke Little, 23-year-old. Out of Charlotte, North Carolina, drafted by the Cubs in 2020. The 2-0 pitch, outside wide, ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Honest Engine, Amaya may have been able to get one of those called for a strike, but he's not doing much of a frame job. It's about the laziest frame job I've seen in a while in the major leagues. The 3-0, right there for a strike down the pipe. It's 3-1. He's just kind of flipping the glove out there when it's what he thinks is out of the zone. So a 3-1 count. They set up inside the pitch. Right there, 96 for a strike. Up in his kitchen, it's 3-2. Braves 3, Cubs 3, top 10. The payoff pitch to Olson. You got to move that runner over. Pitch swung on, chopped in front of the mound. Ozuna, too slow. He's not going to go anywhere, and that's going to be an out that got nothing done there, one away. Someone with a little more speed is probably going to be able to beat the third baseman to the bag because he was playing in between almost at the shortstop position, but Ozuna wisely did not put himself out there. But now you're asking for the Braves essentially to have to get a base hit here, not a conventional get him over, get him in. First pitch on the way to Darno is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty righty set up inside. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to short. They're going to get Ozuna in a rundown. He's going to be out. Now we lose the runner in scoring position. Darno stands on first. So bad base riding by Ozuna. I guess he thought that with one out, they would go over to 2 second. But Dansby got him dead meat. So you hate that because the go-ahead run is now no longer in scoring position. He stands on first. The first pitch on the way to Harris is a 95-mile-an-hour strike right up in his wheelhouse. It's 0-1. Lefty, the 0-1. Pitch on the way. Outside wide. Did he go around? They said he did. I don't know about that one. 0-2. That was a very generous check swing strike by third base umpire Brian Knight. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over towards first. Harris will be out with ease. Wisdom steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. Braves do nothing in the top of the 10th. We head to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3.
What is this? You're going to wear this to the show. You're going to wear the shirt of the band you're going to go see. Don't be that guy.
Hey, Star Wars or Star Trek?
I like Star Wars.
It's the same thing. It is the same thing. Yes, it is. It is the same damn thing. It's the same thing. They fly around in space. They have shields. Yeah.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic ball of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
You standing like that?
Because I'm your big brother, dude, and I'm the boss of you.
Where is this coming from, man? You are not our big brother.
Yes, I am. So get me a beer, little bro, before I give you a serious noogie.
Dude, I swear to God, if you try and give me a noogie, I will yank your underwear over your head so hard, your ass will rip in half.
Heyo! What's up? Can I ass rip in half?
Like tissue paper.
So I told Courtney, smack me and see what I do. Did she smack you? Yeah, she smacked me. Did you do something? Yeah, I did something. What'd you do? I cried. I cried for like 15 minutes.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bummer's going to go back out there for the 10th inning. He's got to face Morrell. Bellinger will be the ghost runner. Morrell, Ian Happ, and Nico Horner. So righty, lefty, righty. Morrell 0 for 2. They're going to walk Morrell. So you set up the force play. Morrell's run essentially means nothing. Bummer comes set. The first pitch on the way to Happ is right there at the knees, down below for a ball. It's 1-0. So now it's Happ, Horner, and Wisdom in the hole. The 1-0. Bummer comes set, looks back the runner, the pitch. Sinker down and in, 2-0. Bummer was brought over to Atlanta because he is a ground ball pitcher. And these are the type of situations that they got him for. We'll see if he can deliver. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, chopped over towards short. Arcia's got it. He grabs the force out at second. But Bellinger stands at third, and the Braves are going to have to bring the infield now with just clinging to the tie. In a perfect world, that would have gotten to Arcia just a little quicker, and we could have turned 2, but by the time Ozzie got the ball, there was no real chance for him to get the runner. He just stuck it in his pocket as opposed to throwing it away. So the infield will come in. Horner, the batter, he's 0 for 4. He's just got to get a fly ball the first pitch. Flips a sweeper outside wide for a strike. It's 0-1. Nico Horner 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts and a ground out. The 0-1 kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the third base line. Just foul. 0-2. You'd love a strikeout not really Bummer's go-to. But if he could get a strikeout here, things could turn around here for the Braves. The 0-2 kicks and fires, swung on. A Baltimore chopper is going to score the winning run. That ball went high off the ground, and by the time it came down into the mitt of Olsen, Bellinger was coming across the plate. Cubs win it 4-3 in a heartbreaker. Hard-fought game by both teams in a game where plenty of time, plenty of chances to get a few more runs across, but the Braves, once again, offense just not getting it done. In Braves country, getting restless. Braves lose a tough one, 4-3. Bummer's going to be the pitcher of record with the loss. I hate that rule. You get the goofy ghost runner to come across the plate. You should not. I don't know what they need to do in Major League Baseball, but they need to change that statistic because the guy should not be given a loss when the ghost runner is involved. So the Cubs win. It's a tough loss. We've got Max Fried on the hill tomorrow night. And Thursday is still up in the air. We won't know who the pitcher is for Thursday until the end of tomorrow night's game. Will come on the air tomorrow. Pregame show will come on around 7:10. First pitch, once again, 7:40. The Atlanta Braves lose a tough one, 4-3, and spoils a great night by Michael Harris. If the Braves had pulled off the W, he definitely would have gotten the game ball, as he played one hell of a ball game. But the Braves lose it. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Cubs. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Braves. Atlanta Braves will fall to 27-18. Cubs go to 27-22. We will see you tomorrow night. Have a great night, Braves country. I'm just as frustrated as y'all are. I see some of the comments in the chat, and I cannot argue with any of the sentiments. This is getting slap-ass ridiculous. We will see you tomorrow.